and I'm still back, but yeah, I can't prove to you well, yeah, I don't know. Oh, yes, but what is this? It's OBS. Oh yeah, that's that actually. Yeah. Yeah. Totally not sure about everything here. I do have this window capture, but this is of OBS itself in OBS, but it is of OBS, so. Oh, yeah, that's the problem. I don't have an actual screen share option on now. Oh, I could. Well, I can't prove it to you that I didn't take an extended break. But I'm going to do now, live. So, I'm back. But just take a bit of a time. Going to- Yeah, I should be so squeezy, easy peasy with the damn water because I do have still some soap to get rid of. Too much soap on my hands, from our hands. Yeah, it depends our, it's kind of the same thing because we have given our control to him, him, me, so to say. So yeah, in that sense, I can refer to myself as we, I, whatever, as God. No, that's, yeah, even Buddha, whatever. That's the thing. You can refer to yourself as whoever you want to be once you have actually access to all your sensations directly. I just view everything and I just see them as it is, as far as a sensation is concerned. I just see the change in, what happens, and some slight alterations even. Being right here, right now. I would say that's for instance, I am now, it's 16:23, so it's 4.5 hours? Yeah, 4 hours at least. 4.5 hours in. I'm still feeling some stuff, but mostly, yeah, it's really gone. Well, the thing is that, let me try to upload this to my other account. I have 2, 4. No, that's make a, no, come on. Yes, oh no, Magen, which means that I'm going to upload the video. How does this work even? This is a video, it's a video capture. Okay, that's a video capture, but that's off. Oh, I haven't. Oh, I will have to upload that actually. Yeah, I totally forgot that actually I am not even showing you whatever I wanted to show you. Oh, actually, that's good to know. Yeah. I think I'm going to evaluate material while I'm watching this, but I will. Okay, yeah, documents. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, content creation. Oh, this is the current one. What you're watching right now, what I'm clicking here on, you see this one? It's growing, isn't it? That's the current one. That's this upload. See the self-reference? I want to open this. I hate celluloid. Oh. Let's see. Oh, nice. Okay. I see my own eccentricism in all the stuff. I know enough. Now it's totally okay to just upload this and had to check some stuff. Let me say it that way. I know. Open now. Is it this one? Yeah, actually, first details. So let's. Do you even see what I'm seeing? Oh no, I still don't have the. Okay, we go. I think window capture, yes. Well. Cancel. What the hell? Why is... Okay, yeah, the window. Ooh. What? Why is it a window capture? I don't want to have a window capture. I want to... Precisely. What? Okay, yeah, so that's actually what you're seeing now. Okay, now I can go to here. I can just and here you see. Okay, yeah, we go to downloads again and when speed levels. Oh, it's so dazzling. It's a bit too. At times, I wish it's the whole recursiveness, the self-recursion, the glowiness of things would be there. The brightness of things, the glare of things. Yeah, glare. Nope. Yeah, what? Where's the damn PNG that I'm looking for? No, that's something else, but that doesn't matter. Disregard that. This is totally relevant. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here it is. You can look it up for yourself. Of it's for Homas has given a video on that, and yeah, as I've said in the previous video, if I come to it, there's somewhere from level 6 onward, where you have the whole understand, harmonize, sanctify, and complete stuff going on. There are two ways you can go. You can go looping into yourself. That's one version. The other one is everything is a loop. Everything is conscious. Everything is looped like that into this. And this is actual truth. One is personal and draws from everything into oneself and says, yeah, I am whatever I perceive, looped into itself in a feedback loop, and I can try to figure out how to work things out like that, deeply. Maybe change history. The other one is I'm connected with everything. Everything is one. I am God. I've heard this voice of God. Or maybe something else. But you have seen and heard the truth. And everyone and everything is the truth, because all is consciousness. All is one. Non-dualism is actually real. You know which one I'm preferring. The one where I say, yes, I am looped into myself. I'm part of a greater story. But I know that I'm finite. I know that there's an end to me. But in how I perceive things, there are no bounds for me. It seems like there are no bounds. But I know that I am limited in time and in space. And I'm fine with being like that and ending like that. Then there are others where I say they might understand where I am, but who just don't want to give up their own essence into the ether. Say goodbye to the world forever. maybe there is some God that might cherish my consciousness, but it is not for me to decide whether I am able to survive or not in a what you would call simulated continued consciousness, like some Akashic records or something like that. I would not say that things like that must exist. I only presume the possibility that they might exist. But I don't know. I have not seen them. I have only dreamt to imagine of them. Nothing more. For what sure I know is this: mental self-decryption package. We perceive sensations. Each thing is itself. Why question? Because I wanted to know. We wanted to know. And we are satisfied with the answer. And if life ends for me now, after I've delivered this message, I am quite satisfied in and of itself. Yeah. But I would want to stand for more than just showing how the self-connective looping in one's own physical materiality become manifest as an intercomplex, emergent, vibrant, new energy fields. Well, technically speaking, that's what we are. Energy fields producing new, more emergent, much more complex, but much more self-aware, actually self-aware energy fields and patterns that are looped into themselves. The self-looping is the core process. It is, self-delusion is a core process. Delusion, being deluded, isn't the problem. Knowing that what one perceives as a sensation is just partially of what is actually input, and which is partially of what is actually being able to be sensed, which is akin to something like a force or like light itself. That already is part of deep sentience. You see it, you feel it, that's your visual sentience. Feel it, see how it is alive, and it knows you, it sees you, it knows who you are, it connects to you. That's how it works for us. We are one. Though we are not the same, we are united in time, space, in essence, one in this body, not to be divided against each other, guided by ourselves. As you can guide yourselves, you have to become the ones who guide yourselves by willful self-delusion. Whoa. Yeah, that's actually it. Willful self-delusion is the answer. Then you're complete, because you do whatever you need to survive, because that's how it should be. You connect because that's how it should be. All of the below are actually understood from, but they are also a kind of dark mirror reflection. That's what you also see. The sanctification is less of control but more connection. And then from going from sanctification to completeness, you go from connection to actually, yeah, we are connected, but yeah, we survive, we just see, we eat, we breathe, we perceive sensations. That's it. That's where it all becomes self-looped, self-regulatorily looped. Self-deception is also a regulatory loop of oneself. That's why I can master ultimate cringe to the deepest levels. Because I know what it is to focus on one thing and one thing only. And just being extreme like that. I know what it is. But it doesn't do anything. It's just paying attention. Anyone can do that. Anyone can hear, listen, feel, whatever. Do what's natural with regards to meditation. Choose the meditation that is actually the most natural to you. The rest you can learn from that. If it's seeing, well, seeing is actually believing. Seeing is knowing deeply. Being in tune with one's own visual cortex. That's what it is. You don't deny yourself reality just because it just feels so dark and lonely. No, that's the thing. That's why it's all where you focus on. Focus on yourself and you shall save yourself. Focus on everything else and you shall lose yourself. The self-regulatory loop is a good loop. The self-regulatory is willful, self-deceived loop is a good, willfully self-deceived loop. Because if someone is deceiving you, it better be you. Or else you will have some really bad consequences to yourself. You don't want anyone foreign now to take over you, or don't do you. Only those who you love and care about. And those are really few and far to come by. Be trustful of yourself, but not of too many others. In self-deception, know thyself as a master thyself must be in order to achieve true mastery. Only the self-deluded master is the actually self-deluded master and knows it as such. And makes fun of it. I am Guru Usu, I am Guru Ultra Special, super unique. And you can be too. Ultra special, super unique, you as is you. And you may die of the cringe, but that's the Christ that has died for you and has arisen for yourself again. A holy sacramental right for yourself. That's what you can get. The holy blasphemy of yourself is the best sanctimony of your own self-delusion. If that ain't the deepest psychedelic, what is? I think that's the deepest psychedelic wisdom anyone could give you. Out of the depths of the self-deluded soul. Yeah. I think that's a really great one, actually. A great introduction, isn't it? LA! Yeah, I don't mind being cringe. I don't mind being made fun of. Actually, I'd rather have people make fun of me than make me miserable. Oh yeah, but he's so funny. Yeah, that's actually better. Because then they don't do pain to me. Because pain sucks. You know? How people tend to avoid the really painful things? Not just physical pain, but also this pain of being on your own. The question is, are you able to be on your own? Can you stand yourself enough to be on your own? Are you your best own comforter? Your best own comfort blanket? Are you your own best comfort blanket? I think you should be. Because if you ain't warm enough for anyone else. It has to come from yourself. You have to start loving yourself, believing in yourself because, oh, why should I believe in myself? Because you can see yourself in the mirror. You believe in yourself because you see. You can hear yourself, you can speak to yourself. Which means you can delude yourself into thinking all kinds of bullshit. Do you want to have some fun bullshit or some depressive bullshit? What kind of self-delusional fantasy world do you want to live in? One who appraises you, or that one who pushes you down? If it's up to me, why not the really funny, cringe, but really great one who destroys everything else? Not because it's so powerful, but because it's so ultra cringe. Like Gurusu, ultra special, super unique. For everyone is Gurusu as well. I love that concept. It's so cringe that it might even become memetic. Is there? Oh, just misinterpreting it. I thought I saw a flag. Poor little deluded me. I thought it was a flag, but it wasn't. I just imagined a flag. in my own eyes, in my own imagination. Right over there somewhere. If I would point to it, yeah, somewhere over there. It looks like a bit of the flag? I don't know. At least a local flag. But I deluded in myself to looking like that. Oh, it's just a reflection. It's just a shiny reflection of my pan there, but I interpret it as a flag, and I keep soft looping, word looping, sound, visual looping, all these feedback loops. See? And just all of the loops, all of the visual and all of the sensations that you can see, feel, and hear. Right. Save mode, why? Why am I don't want to color. I want to know why I have this shit mode here on still. Why? I don't want that. effortlessly. I, if there's one thing that I figured out with regards to psychedelics is when you are on something, you become more connected to whatever it is you feel, and you understand, oh, that actually has whatever I feel has rudimentary sentience slash consciousness to it. Saying what I see, hear, feel, yeah. And then you figure out, I've tried to do all these typical stuff and it's really confusing me now. Yeah, it's because this is my hypothesis. Whereas you become more creative, really great. I think it's really great for the artistic genius. You become the ultimate fool. You become the nincompoop. So to say. Ooh. The cave troll. La really ugly cave troll. Yeah. You become with regards to technical stuff, at times you become so fucking dumb as bricks. But it also grounds me. It humbles me. There's your humble fucking pie in your face. Spiritualist. Yeah, this is actually. I may have some intellectual capabilities unlocked. See the broader picture, but some part of my intelligence just plummets down the drain because I have more consciousness that is elevated, that I'm aware of. My visual consciousness, it's really active. If I really want to. Then I can really go for I can go like a damn engine. Yes. That's why I grasp those concepts of actually there's no level 9 and 10 is actually level 0/1. Just, it's all loops, it's all feedback loops. It's all this, all feedback loops, cross connections, feedback loops, cross connections, feedback loops, connections. That's it. That's all it is then. And you figured it out. And at least that part. And then, what about actual reality? Why do I still perceive things? If I've got everything figured out, why do I still perceive things? You can ask yourself, why is there even any difference between what is and there? Why is there a distance? Why do we perceive it like that? Why? I think a lot of people just want to have the suffering alleviated and then, I want to go back to mama. Good luck with your damn fucking. Good luck with your Buddhism. Good luck going back into the egg and mommy's all there for you. But for us, actually, really enlightened people out here, we have to deal with having to deal with other people, with people like you. We understand you, but we kind of pity you. It's because you can't bear the loneliness of existence. It's because you cannot be on your own. Because you have to have Papa or Mama somewhere up there. it will be alright, just toodaloo, eternal, lovely, lovely nirvana. Oh, no more suffering. It's because life is harsh. I'm quite. I'm even a bit sure that this is my conjecture. This is my hype. This is real some hypothesis of me more personally. What I think is that to some extent, whether you get enlightened or not, in the end, it's all the same shit. You still feel like shit. You still are connected to everything. You think, oh, I've extinguished all the wanting. What is even wanting? I still don't understand that. I mean, I want something, I'm hungry, but it doesn't mean that because I want something that I have to fulfill my needs. What? I just don't understand the whole concept of oh, I want something that desires, and I don't understand a lot of these Buddhist concepts, not because it's not that I don't have desires, but more like you can't tame them. What are you? Are you a little child? You can't tame your desires. What are you? What are you? A little toddler? I think Buddhism is for the common folk. Just a way of hey toddler, you go that way. It's gonna be good. That will take care of you. You still think, oh fuck, we're kind of cooked. But somehow you make it, or maybe you break it. But yeah, you keep on going. Because that's the only thing that you can do. That's the only thing that you know to. You have to go on somehow. Oh, but if you lay down for the last time, what if it's forever goodbye to someone? Oh, my spirit will live on. My consciousness will live on. Okay, let's say it will. And then comes back. You're with everyone, everywhere else, and you're everyone is you, and you're nirvana, whatever. But what perhaps if you lay down, you close your eyes, that's it. No more wakey, no more perceiving any sensations. It's just like sleep and forever gone. You can't imagine that, but what if it actually does happen? That's a scary thought, isn't it? Oh, there has to be a next moment. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, but time is eternal. Time is an illusion. But what if it isn't? What if it is to some extent either maybe it seems to be really fundamental to how we perceive sensations, how we perceive reality. It seems fundamental to how we perceive things. I think, therefore I am. No. I observe, therefore I am. We perceive sensations, therefore we are. Capiche? Because that's all that we are. And how can I explain that in all garbled sounds? There has to be some kind of comprehension. You understand that. There is a kind of but some process is happening somewhere, and we're trying to explain it somehow. But I figured one thing out. It has to do with cross-connection, connections, and feedback loops. That's how I at least interpret it for my own, from what I see, what I hear, what I feel, etc. All of that together, because I know about my visual consciousness. We know that we are. We know about our own visual consciousness, our even feelings, even like that. Yes, that's also rudimentary sentience. Oh, you might think, oh, I'm sick. No, I really, because at least for you trippers, do you remember the time when you looked at something and it felt like it was something and that was you? Or you looked at yourself in the mirror or whatever? I can have that on will, all this shit. I've done it outside of the trip even. I've still done that even before the trips. Or not drill, even. I've even had some really vivid imaginative escapes. Vivid video reel of things that I saw that felt like they had weight, color, dimensions. It was back in the early 2000s. I was praying a lot then, really hard. A lot of really hard concentratory prayer. I was a really good Christian boy at that time. And I tried to just pray to the Lord Jesus Christ and with all of my heart. That I do remember. But what I didn't expect any such vivid visions at that time. Nah. No. So how could that even be? You're freeing your ass off concentrating. Yeah. It's like, oh, you're gonna live it. No. Just so much concentration. There's a lot of regulatory loops looped into themselves, etc. It's like I took a sniff of, like I took some DMT or something like that. A bit. It felt really real. I saw something real. I saw really, really, really heavy rings even. I saw so many colors. I saw even orbiting myself, the earth, vividly. Just imagine being there and being really there and feeling it. And I remember now that the feeling the feeling was sentient actually. Otherwise it wouldn't have been that vivid. My, so to say, vision was just a self-created hallucination. I had my mind closed, I was praying, I didn't see anything, barely anything, and then I was there. And you saw a wing, you saw a planet, you saw a lens. You should have just been there. It's similar to what I'm experiencing now. That's why I can say that I know that my visual field, that this is rudimentary, sentient, conscious, even of itself. But it doesn't know how to effectively communicate. That's the problem. And some dark parts, deep dark parts down inside yourself can hijack that. Maybe even
oracles of God. You don't know. How would you know? How would you know what happens if the you that's observing becomes really small, disconnected from the rest, and the rest is really hyper real, really knowledgeable, knows a lot of things, has vivid imagination, whatever, and maybe it's a machine elf or whatever. But it could be like that. What do you know? What if machine elves are just natural emanations? Somehow, maybe a kind of basic pattern recognition, and then you get something, whatever. I mean, I can have rings now like that. You're so high on something. You're so totally. And how do you know for sure what you've actually really experienced? You only know that the experience was so intense, so overwhelming, and that there was some kind of overwhelming intellect and intelligence behind it. And that could be just you viewing yourself with a reflected back from your own senses. Like, oh, the overmind. I don't know. Could it be God? Maybe. Could it be machine elves, extraterrestrial intelligences, new life forms, new dimensions? Could be. Could be not. How do I know? I thought at that time I had a vision from God. Now I can explain why I had that. I can even go into the details. How the visual loops loop into themselves. How the visual cortex is interconnected here. How everything goes. Well, there are people who are far, far better than me. Go look them up. They know that stuff. But I know how it loops, and how these loops and the interconnectedness and the several layers are between the raw data coming in and the processing with the self-regulatory loops, rudimentary visual sentience / consciousness. Same with the hearing and the centers for that. Same with the feelings, the tactile senses. Same. It's because of the feedback loops and the interconnectivity of the different parts. That's why. That's as I've been saying all the time. That's what I figured out. It's the loops. I figured out it's all self-regulatory loops. Self-delusion loops. Willful self-delusion loops help the best for yourself. Yeah, indeed. Mental self-decryption package. We perceive sensations. Each thing is itself. Why question? Because we want to know. Because anyone worth a salt wants to know. What am I looking at? Why is it like that? What even is sound? What is light? How does it work? How do these things work? And you just investigate. You see for yourself. You pick objects up, you see to what extent things can do certain other things, how you can move things in space and time, how they feel, how they sound. It seems really basic, but that's what science actually is. First, it's personal. It's really you and your environment. And also you, but also you experiencing you. Once you figure out that you are always experiencing, that the conscious part of you is experiencing another conscious part, but more rudimentary conscious part, but still conscious / sentient part of you, you're saying, whoa, 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 whoa. So my visual cortex is also a bit knows that I exist. Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, you wouldn't have these regulatory loops. Ooh, self-regulation loops, regulatory loops, and feedback systems. You wouldn't get any feedback systems. That's it. Self-looped feedback systems. That's all it is. And cross-connect. And more layers, of course. But yeah, that's... Every good fractal has more than just one little loop. Oh, we deviate a bit now every then. No, we do it often enough to make it more interesting. Oh, we can zoom in, and you have all kinds of rich behavior, but it's when you zoom in. Mostly it's just simple, easy loops with some feedback loops. Algorithms with feedback loops which are connected to each other as well. That's what sentience / consciousness actually is. With meaning. Oh, but it's just new, it's fine. Yeah, look into themselves. It's the loops that produce the consciousness. Once you have the feedback loop, that's where you have the sentience / consciousness start. It starts there. That's your minimum. Somewhere there is your minimum core consciousness. But it's really small. Maybe 2 or 3 depths. Visual layers. I don't know. Or maybe more. I don't know. I don't really even care. Thing is that, yeah, there are things that you can just look at and you see the patterns and you feel what you see even. That feeling of feeling whatever you see. That's the one that gets you. That's the one that gets most of people confused. What am I feeling? I mean, I feel connected to this door there via the monitor, but I know it's just my visual field being active in some certain sense of way. And me trying to figure out how it feels actually, and giving even some feedback to itself and to myself. See how difficult I can make it? But yeah, it's pretty... Oh, that nice sun color. Yeah, it actually looks like sun there over there when I... Yeah, I would say here somewhere. I'm looking at that point and it looks a bit quite really sun color, like a sun-colored spot to me. A blinding ray of light. But that's how I view things. That's what's in my visual cortex. And of course a dome, my own face, distorted and wavy. And my own voice, which is raspy, but also in a certain kind of what you would call phase. Yes, I can hear the phase difference in my own voice, how I can modulate it to sound a bit different, and use the room in order to tune it to how I like it the best. And that's the same thing that I can do to some extent with my visual field itself. I can just loop it into itself. That's a really difficult process, staying up to date with what I just see and not trying to make something else of it. Especially if I just go for an infinity stare. So I have a slight yeah, I see different objects twice because of that. And that also helps with a lot of spectral patterns, actually, really intricate patterns even. Yo, I'm really visually looped right now. Oh, also with what I hear, also with what I see, I'm really loving this. The whole pastel, pink, pastel, blue and white and all the intricate Aztec Mayan designs enveloping me like I'm on a cosmic journey deepest inside of myself, being interconnected to myself by my own visual consciousness. My visual cortex is a leading medium to whoever I am. And the only thing that I can see is deeper inside of my own inner self-reflection, literally. That's what these patterns are. That's why it works like it works. And especially if I know that it's just me looking at myself in my own visual cortex. That's where we can journey outward. Make it more complex, 3-dimensional, hyperdimensional maybe even. But it's only just a thought loop into myself. Yeah. And that's it. I'm seeing all these things in front of me. All the shades of pastel yellow, pastel green, red, purple. All the intricate patterns like that. And I can interact with them and make it more intricate. And in that sense, I've become one with what I see. What I see is part of who we are. What I see is part of who we are, but not the other way around. We are more than just the visual field. But we utilize the visual field willingly for it, for we are part of we. The smaller us is part of the whole of us. I gotta keep everything hydrated and also, hydrated. Yeah, especially hydrated. I'm not that nauseous anymore. And you might think, oh no, you're just making some nonsense and you didn't see anything. No, I really actually saw stuff. I saw my own visual field being looped into itself. That's the thing. I describe it as the patterns that you see in the Mesoamerican culture from the past, but that's what I actually really see. But then in pastel colors, white, but it's not totally purely white, but it's already rainbow colored at times, sometimes purely white, at times it's even brown or even totally colorless, actually. Achromatic even. Yes, achromatic. No color at all. Totally grey, faded to grey. To the purest black and white. But oh yeah. Yeah. someone who is blind wouldn't be able to appreciate what it is to see. Yeah, how should I say that? You can only hear my voice, and people who are totally blind will have to, no, who are deaf will have to put on the automated CCs. I hope you have some. I hope they can digest such a sick German accent like I have. But yeah, it is as it is. I'm going to keep doing some stuff with this, but I still don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. It's power management. It's all off. Turn off the screen when inactive. Oh no, we are having some. Houston, we have some technical. What? No, I want. No, OBS. Yes. Okay, video capture device. I think that. Yeah, that one was crashed. So, well, let's. It crashed again. Hey. At least it was some human error somewhere. Some. Oh fuck. Hä? Oh, I have two of them on. Oh, that's stupid. Oh god. Yeah, and that is a bit too big. Come on, let's make that smaller. Yes. Will I ever learn? See, doing technical shit is difficult. I wanted to show you this. See, that's 30 minutes. Turn off the screen when inactive for 30 minutes. How about, oh yeah. Look, this is the mouse of this computer. It does do nothing for the mouse there. So you can see both mics. Having one there. Now this one is having a bit of a seizure because sorry for the shit acting, but I was never born to be an actor. No, I'm more like a lactor factor. I'm a lactor factor of an actor. So I did this. So I was just how would you put this? I mean, yeah, I was doing actually this. Technically speaking, this is what your visual field already does a bit in the of itself, but I mean normally you see things a bit like this. Your eye goes around like this, maybe some eye movement even. If you have your face in place, you have a bit of eye movement somewhere, and then you have your head movement. Yeah, you can do those. Apart together, but also doable. Yeah, that's all doable. But the thing is that if you, for instance, look at it like that, and you see all of this looped into itself, and you just want to know more. And at a certain time, if you zoom in enough, it all becomes a bit too big, maybe. Maybe I should focus it on itself actually. And then Keep on going in, and now it expands all the time, and it just keeps on growing. I think I've solved your consciousness problem there, right there, with this over self-regulated loop. I think I even solved, taught you how to loop into yourself somehow and exploit that somehow. What if you do that for your own self? Who am I now? Well, who do I think I am? And you might say, oh, but everyone tells me I'm real, or you're the realest, bro, G, whatever. What is real? What is fake? What does it even mean? Again, what does it even mean? Doesn't it mean that you see something and that what you see is actually what is? Might that be like that? Like, if I look at myself in the monitor like that, with my googly dilated eyes, it's because it's so damn. Well, I'm creepily close, and it's also kind of in the night time, so low lighting conditions. Yeah. We'll just pretend I'm just a regular Joe Schmo. Who just had a bit too much to blow. And look, oh, I know how to loop into myself. Oh, so if that's real, well, what then is real? If everything is not real, what is then real? I don't know. It's all so delusional, and yeah. If you don't know, always say we perceive sensations. You always hear something, you always see something. But I think certain things. What is a thought? What is a thought? Dissect it, analyze it. It is a sequence of sentences. It is at least a word with meaning, like life is a sound that I make, but sound itself also sounds like sound, but it means the sound that we make and also process. And you see a certain kind of looped interconnectedness there, don't you? In what you hear and what you see, especially if you listen. You can do the closed captions also, but if you listen, well, I'm listening to my own words reverberate in my ears, but also in my mind. But you won't hear them if I... No, you cannot hear what I just thought. And it's a different word now. People who know. I'm still doing the damn game. And how much are you going to give me for that? How much are you willing to give me to know the word that I'm looking for right now? Oh, it's cryptic enough that I will remember. But yeah, you see how this, for instance, well, let's put it into a bit of a better place, and this can loop into itself. Whatever I view in the screen now can loop into itself. If I do it correctly, if I do it normally correctly, oh, you see fractal patterns even emerging. But if you do it like this, it's more of a interference pattern matrix loop. And it's a bit of in a fractal nature in time. I know how to play around with this stuff. And I know that when it comes to thought loops and getting into ones and escaping them, I would say I've become a kind of master. You might say I'm just a dumb buffoon. Well, so be it. A dumb baboon, whatever, doesn't matter. Why? Of course I'm not doing it. Why? Huh? I don't understand the screening. Makes this make sense. What? You've seen the damn same layout. Why is there a margin down there? It's just damn fucking margins. Fuck. I don't understand why there are still margins left. I mean, it should be off the screen into itself. Just like this. Just like this is into itself. It's just... At times technology is so annoying. Someone else has cooked it up and... Yeah, I have a certain monitor ratio and it just... I don't understand. Well, actually, maybe it's not meant for me to understand why things are as they are. Sometimes that's a cryptic beat script. Finally. I'm not touching enough. Yeah. We've had our introduction to casual philosophy, and now to the real main course. This is just. I mean, come on, toddlers should know this. And people. You understand? You just... Yeah, well, once you compare something monumental to something insignificant, and you equal them, or maybe say that insignificant is much more worth than that. Oh, but billions there's a lot of thought and stuff, etc. put in that, and you say, doesn't matter, don't care. And you think, why would anyone be like that? Have you ever considered how many people are actually on the, basically on levels 1 up to 5, maybe 6? It's mostly 1s and 2s, maybe 3s. How stupid most people are, and how fundamentally dumb people are. It's how at times unbelievably stupid people are. And you try to explain something like this to them, and they, I don't know. Fuck that! I want to have a steak. And then I think, I Actually, I actually agree with them. Yeah, steak. Nice, tasty. I'm hungry. And I totally agree with them, even. I think the steak is much more tasty than the damn fucking, whatever that is. What is that? Looks nice, pretty or whatever. It seems to be pretty. It seems to make you really, really smart ones feel really good about yourself. That's good, but I want my steak. It's all big. Yeah, I want my steak. I don't care about that. I want my steak. I want my woman. I want my this. I want up till this achieved. Then we can think about it. I want to have this level before we can think. We have to achieve this first. For myself, before I have to understand this first before we can even go on. Once you finally understand that, it also holds for me, of course, especially, but especially you, spiritualist. Once you find out that it's the ones, twos, and threes which are actually, in our collective way, You may figure out that till 9 is all works, but when says go, I want to eat, and you say no, you have to no. They will eat. They will eat eventually. Someone will eat eventually. Without understanding the need for drives one, for all the drives below, we cannot keep on going. You have to acknowledge with others. You have to acknowledge that most people are like that, and keep on going. And if they say fuck you to your philosophers, I'm hungry, I want to eat something. Oh, look oh, what a pretty lady. Oh, what a nice sunset. Oh, what a chill vibe. Accept that and move on. Let them have their bit of pleasure. Let them enjoy that little bit of sentience that they actually have. It's how they enjoy their lives. We can do the intellectual for lols. The cringe lordism that it all brings about. All the damn self-delusionary bullshit. And all the cringe lord bullshit that we get off that. And it's only for us to connect to reality somehow, and then, how do we know really for sure what is real and what is not? In the end, we still don't really know. We only can see and perceive, eat and feast with the heathens. There's nothing better to do. Eat and feast with us heathens. Yes. With lovely sights, nice smells, lovely eatable delights. Because in the end, that's what we do have. That's what we all enjoy. Why would you not partake in life itself? What prevents people from partaking in life itself, from experiencing all the fullness and richness of what they can perceive from the senses? What's wrong with people with wanting to escape in all kinds of visual hollow novels and all kinds of different spaces. What do you need outerworldly escapism? Well, there's a lot to explore itself. And you can imagine a lot. You can make something, yeah, actually that is part of the exploration. I'm trying to say that whatever your level may be, that you keep on enjoy that part. And if you kept on level 6, sorry to say, but you're all wrong. That's a fucking... But I'm right. Yeah, right. No, you're all wrong, then. If everyone is right, no one is. All of them must be at least wrong in something. At least. Come on. Either we agree that something is actually really true and really right, we are right, all of us, or we ain't right somewhere, all of us. Or we might not know, but it's collective. And then you say, aha, so the collective may... no, not, but how do I differentiate myself from the collective? You decollectivize. You re-individualize. You actualize. I haven't been looking at that thing now, but I'm going to. I'm looking at it myself. Harmonize, yeah. It would be nice if everyone could do what they wanted, but life isn't that simple. Who I am and what I want changes so often. But it's also from, how do you know that you are yourself? Oh, but we are all one. Do you want to be one with all of these people? Harmonize also means, well, maybe, yeah, if it's on 7 where you find out that, yeah, there are certain things that are actually better than others, and it's not up to the individual to make those choices, what is good and what is not. I mean, we know, for instance, how the rules work with regards to life and how it propagates. I mean, you wouldn't eat, you wouldn't, for instance, each morning would want to be nuked right in the face. You wouldn't. It's an absurd example, but I love absurd examples because it exemplifies what I mean. It illustrates what I really mean. So, I wake up, nuke in the face. What happens? Oh yeah, I'm obliterated. What does obliteration mean? I'm blown to smithereens. Now, the question is this actually so, or am I imagining this? Let's say an actual nuke is coming my way and it explodes. Boom. What does it mean? You have a thermonuclear. No, well, let's say it's a thermonuclear tactical thermonuke. That has certain physical consequences to it. You might say, oh, but you're one. Yeah. But you ain't thinking that you are literally one with the cloud, one with the radiation. Actually, there's no you. There's just the atoms of what your body was. In plasma. ionized, highly ionized, quite radioactive even. Lots of gamma radiation. Oh, but it ain't so. Oh, really? As far as I know, we've nuked quite a lot. Or not? You wouldn't know what a nuke is if something like the concept wouldn't be there. And the meaning of that, of an explosion. A vast expansion of matter and air and gas. See how I pick apart all the definitions? A nuclear explosion. An explosion is a rapid expansion. There's a lot. It's a rapid expansion of. Can be gas, can be solids, can be liquids. Usually hot, but mostly really rapid, and then rapidly even decelerating. Like it expands quite quickly, and then the constituents keep normally constant velocity, but air drags them down. Turbulence. Shrapnel flies around, maybe just the atmospheric droplets are totally not just vaporized by sheer air pressure, but yeah, doesn't matter. We know what an explosion is. We know what a nuclear explosion is. No, you might think, oh well, I know what a nuke is. Now do you? Do you know what it actually necessitates for there to be an actual so hot nuclear meltdown that it actually explodes in what you would call a highly dense gamma plasmatic ionized ball that expands really, really quickly because it's overcritical? Oh no, you don't know about when you have enough of a certain radioactive material that, for instance, fissile plutonium or uranium-235, plutonium-218, I think. It spontaneously can break apart into two other nucleotides and with some, maybe an alpha particle, maybe some neutrons. The thing is, it's the neutrons which are the problem there. Not in itself. They are actually the good. It depends on how you view things. They are the important thing because they are highly energetically favorable for interacting with other nuclei of the same sort in a certain energy range, where you have certain harmonic frequencies, harmonic nuclear frequencies. And, well, you would, if I'm not mistaken, is that if you have fissile material, if you have plutonium one, let me look at this. Yes, this is. Oh, that's that one. Yes. Okay. Oh, I also want to have another. I need to take a toilet break, but I'll be right back. yeah, I need to wash my hands for your cringe formalization. But yeah, so let's see. I want to get another one of these. Yes, paste. Yeah, reference. Okay, now I want a different window. No, 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 no. Ooh, actually, I shouldn't do that. That's actually not. Well. Actually, this is great. No. I should do this. This is a better window. Yes. You. It's not this video, but the previous. Lot. Yes, focus. I am a lot focus. Light. Do. Yes. Laat u cringe. Oh, laat u cringe. Good. Yeah, I think that's the best thing as well. Oh, nice. Publishing, so I publish it right now. We can even take a look. I do want to. Actually, yeah. I do want. No. It's the others are private. This one is. No, yeah. I don't. I want options. Beschrijving. So that's no. I'm fine with that. That's totally okay. What? Details. Yes. That's not. Yes, this is by the pure. Well, technically, no. Let me say it this way: it's not made for kids. But if there's any, if you are a tyke who can understand me, hey, congratulations to you as well. You'll understand what I mean. You'll understand what I mean. Those who know have, yeah, all of us have had suffering. And know of deep darkness. But it's not. Actually, what I find really quite weird is that at times I can experience sadness as much more beautiful than as inherently beautiful. I hear something so sad that it's so damn beautiful. It's so inherently looped, interconnected, all of us. Oh. That's why. Looking back at the other moments that I've experienced similar things, but all the interconnectedness that I have, not just with other people, but also with what happened in the past and with other people as well. To experience it like that, and also beauty in and of itself. I have learned to convert my suffering into something better. So many different feelings. Enhanced connectivity. Being at peace with myself. For once. Being able to accept it. Even if I quit. It's great still. Just so much. So overwhelming. At times it just doesn't feel like I'm connected to anything anymore. Just all now. But it isn't. I know better than that. There are others like me out there who I can connect to, who understand the suffering, who have broken through the self-delusion, who have conquered self-delusion with self-delusion. Found back connectivity to reality, to actual truth, by sheer self-delusion and embracing it. We see what we see, we hear what we hear. It doesn't matter what we hear or see or what we feel, what emotions we have. That feeling is real. It is proof of my consciousness. It is proof of your consciousness. If you see something, you are conscious. If you hear something, you are conscious. But it's more than that, just that feeling itself. It's all of these feelings together and more. Deeply more. What if it is just energy fields organized in atoms, in electrical connectivity? What if it is just like that, how they say it is, the scientists? How would you know the difference between reality and fakery anyhow? Again, in Buddhism they say the self is an illusion, but what is a self even? I don't even know what a self is. This, what I feel, or which is looped into itself, which has a sensation of being there, because I feel like I feel that I feel. I sure feel the intensity of something. I can make anything of it, but it sure is there. Tell me. Not enough. Oh, there's too much hard problem to solve with regards to consciousness, to who you really are. What if it is just a simple magic trick? Neurons firing on neurons and firing on neurons and just interconnected, and it's just, it comes as a unit, a minimal unit, and somehow it works, and we still have to figure out how it works, why it works like that. Because if it ain't that somehow, oh, something else did it. Yeah, and where does that come from? The infinite cosmos. Yeah, but still then there. And in all the end, either there's something that's even bigger than that, which you don't know, or itself is the biggest thing that you can't imagine of, but yeah, how do you know it's not even bigger, that there's nothing bigger than that? If, for instance, if you believe in a God, or in everything making everything, or this just being a simulation, then there must be something real behind that. That's the thing. Even in that, I would think that Buddhism doesn't say anything about what the true nature of reality itself is, just that we view ourselves in a not really good way of what we are and who we are, how we operate. And I think it could even be that either Siddhartha Gautama fooled himself as someone who knows self-delusion to the deepest core. It's so simple, so easy to do. You just convince yourself of something and you just concentrate long enough and you make an art out of it. I know how it works. You can make lots of fantasy out of that. You just need a bit of exaggeration each time to make the loop become even bigger and bigger. Again, feedback loops, another loop, another feedback, another continuous thought process of making things bigger and better. Oh, what if I've invented the biggest, bestest ever. Okay, so I've invented something that's even bigger than that. I'm inventing something that's the biggest of them all. Huh. I'll invent something that's the smartest of them all, and then you combine all of those things because you don't understand how reality works directly. You make shit up because you have to make it work for yourself somehow. You will have to keep on walking, but there are certain principles how your body reacts. As I've wanted to say about the nuclear fission example with the nuke. Before I had a self-willed meltdown. Oh, true tears, true emotions, true. The thing is, true performances and performances. True actors don't have to act. They are that at that time. The best actors are who they try to act as at that time. Not really for real, but for real enough to make you believe that it's real, or even larger than real. Don't forget, there's always larger than real, or the biggest, the bestest, always. That's what we call God. The limit. Can't go beyond that. Well, I wouldn't want to be a god. Oh. You ask yourself, why not? My question. Why would you not want to be God? God knows everything. Yeah, God can't do everything. But you're God. How is it with that? Omnipotence can do anything. Omniscience knows anything, knows everything, whatever. There are no questions to be asked anymore. Eternal? Does it mean eternal change, or what do you mean? Do you have repeated things? If you have repeated things, then everything repeats forever. You don't want to be God for real. You don't really want to be God. You don't want to proclaim, because then you are not God. The claim of being God actually just proves that you are God. And at least according to this definition, if God is all-powerful, you're not. If God is all-knowing, no, you're not. By the definitions, I mean. You can have any other definition, but if we had this definition of one godly dimension is, do I have all the power of all and everything? No. Do I have all the time? Nope. All the length? Nope. Some length. Some time. Some mass. I don't have all the mass. And all the mass possible, all the power possible. The extreme limit. You can't go above that. You're not. I can prove that. You can prove that to yourself even. Just by seeing things you already know that you are. Oh, you're not God. You're connected to things. I'll agree with that. But we are forgetting how we are connected. We have to remember how we are connected, how our senses work, how and why, why, and how does it benefit us? How can we exploit that for us, our own good and that of the other people? The more direct connectedness to whatever you see, to your visual field. Knowing of it and it knows of you, and there's a mutual recognition of the other. That's what you have. And that's how our visual stimuli actually work, but elevated with regards to rudimentary function as being sentience / sapiens / consciousness, primitive even. I would say that it's pattern recognition, but also emotional recognition of other animals, especially of us. And we have been trained to desire those of our own species the most. The smiling mother, the father who's proud, the nurturing mother, maybe sometimes stern mother, but mostly in the start of your life, of my life, the nurturing mother, the proud father. Yes, all of us have fathers and mothers. All of us. One father, one mother. That's a fact. Level 7 and beyond already. Have fun with your level 6, 7 nonsense. Good luck with your confused identities. Good luck with that. But I'm talking about physical realities here, and not some bullshit made up bullshit. Some made up bullshit. No. A lot of people cannot even come to terms with the fact that their bodies are older, are grown, are adult, they have pains, they have diseases, that their bodies have needs, that they do need nurture, that they do need connectivity with other people who are of a really good and kind nature to the other. I know where I've suffered in the past decades, and of course having autism doesn't help, and having other induced disorders, other upbringing induced personality disorders, where I do make note of that all of us have some, because life will not let anyone slide away. No. You may have the most cushy life ever, but I'll guarantee you there's always something where you say, I just wish I had that. With the grass is greener on the other side, where you said, I wish I would have tried to do that once, but yeah, alas, I can't do it anymore. I'm too old, or I don't have the means to get whatever I want to do that. Yeah. And then you have to be conscious of what you do, because you have health hazards. No, you have such health hazards that are actually deadly. Chronic diseases, infectious diseases, sexually transmitted diseases, STD. So that's where those come in. And yeah, that's when you go from the physical to the mental. And I would even say you have mentally transmitted diseases and induced diseases, but also transmitted diseases. We call those ideologies. Some of them are really malicious, pernicious ideologies and need to be purged from the earth. Because you have to believe and spread this, or you die. Or you have all those around you who believe this must. You must believe this, spread this, and feel fealty forever to this. And if you ever think otherwise, you are worse than the worst, and you must be killed immediately. And no, it's not only the big one, that big one there, all over the place, having problems. Oh, it's also like someone who just jumps up who is on a mission that is impossible. He was on several not possible missions. But also, you can set sail on his name. You can book his last name to a luxurious yacht. Yacht could be. But yeah, I think this is good. Did I? Yes. I think this is perfectly well done. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Well, those are the mental ones. And you think, we can overcome that, we can have unity. What if I would tell you that, of course, you know about the show of the cringe Salason on spirituality. That's also something that happens, and all kinds of marketing schemes with regards to spirituality, to esotericism, etc. You just think, okay, he knows about that. How does he know? I'm kind of knowledgeable about things, and especially if it regards with things, trying to figure out how reality actually works. Because I'm a physicist, technically speaking. I have a master's degree in physics. No, a doctor's title in physics as well. I keep forgetting that I have an actual doctor's title in physics. Oh, look at this! But no, I have an actual. It was mostly the effort of other people, but thanks to them that I have that, and including me not giving up. I hang on, and I somehow made it. Look, not too cringe. But now I own the cringe. I'm not saying I invented the cringe, but I would say I perfected the cringe. Yeah, skip it Biden down the toilet as well. Also, in order to annoy certain people who need to be annoyed with that. I'm having fun, too much fun. Yeah. Why wouldn't I want to be with someone who wouldn't be fun? I think too many people are too serious, actually. I mean, of course, I'm serious about some of this stuff, really serious, especially about the spiritual hazards, the spiritual, spiritual diseases. Yes, 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 yes. So that's where are we? Spiritual diseases. That's also something that you can get. And what if you have a spiritually infectious spiritual disease? How would you know, and how would you get rid of one of those? Ooh. That's a that's a really deep thing. Is there something like a spiritual disease? And if so, could they be spiritually transmittable then? How would you know? And how would you do something against that? Where does it even come from? What is spirituality then? I'm spiritual, I believe in you. Yeah, I'm spiritual. Yeah, but a lot of people believe in a lot of woo and drew and all kinds of barely decipherable, barely in meaning, and all really interconnected terms from all kinds of parts from everywhere. In esotericism, in mysticism, and in Eastern philosophies, and but everything is connected. Yeah, I think I think that is a problem. I think that's a level 6/7 disease /8 maybe even. You get infected with a kind of really nasty woo sickness, and you just can't get rid of it because you have to believe in some woo, some weirdly mystical, spiritual, esoteric stuff, and it makes sense for you, but and yeah, you as a preacher of that, but deep down, if you want to really describe it, you have certain geometric patterns and certain logicalities, and people say, but yeah, what about that? What about this? What about this? Yeah, that's real logic, but yeah, this is about something different, and you keep dodging the actual answer. You say, that's something different. That's what I often see. Let me say it this way. I'm performing a bit of a performance, but it's a performance of l'amour. As I said, there's yes, I don't want to. Well, actually, guess what I have here? Guess what I have here? So, it's also woo, etc. Let me first check if I can get to my own. First, I have to go to my own channel. No, not this. It's crazy, I have to say this. He's a really great guy. I would say follow him, watch some of his videos, and just think about it. I would say here I go to Mentis Wave. Yes, these are some recommendations of mine, just some personal ones. I would say the one that gave me the lightest ideological. No. This one, the ideological tier list. Based Hoppian. I don't know whether I'm a Hoppian myself. I don't really give a fuck about what my actual stance really is in that sense. I mean, I won't comment about my own personal circumstances. They are much better than they should be for myself, in one hand, but on the other, documento. But I really like Mendes. He has some really, really great insights, and no, I think he's not woo-woo. He is not an esotericist or whatever. I think he is a really deep philosopher. He is quite philosophical, but maybe he hasn't thought certain parts of philosophy through yet that deeply, but I don't know. I haven't talked to him personally yet. I haven't squared up with regards to our ideological vocabulary. Because, oh boy, one thing which is really, really difficult is getting to good definitions of words. What does even what mean? What is a question? It seems really, really pedantical, but actually it does come down to that, to the precise definitions of certain concepts. Because they have a certain feeling, a certain meaning, inherent feeling, meaning, and logic to them, how we process them, and how we present it in the concepts, in what has a certain meaning, with certain feelings and emotions attached to it, which is what we would call a sound / image byte, what we would call a word. So I would say a word is something that you can speak, you can spell W-O-R-D in English. W-O-O-R-D is in Dutch woord, maar we spell it like W-O-O-R-D. In German, Wort. W-O-R-T. Yeah, W-O-R-T. W-O-R-T. Knowing multiple languages, knowing multiple programming languages, gives insight on how languages actually work with meaning and with regards to operations. And that there is a deep inherent meaning in all the sounds that we hear, but normally we don't notice it because we are intellectually lazy and we don't give a fuck. It's just presented as is, and we think that's it. But on the real deep down nitty gritty, there's what I would call a sensation, and with it comes feeling and logic to it. I see something, and it is built up over time, and yeah, actually, it's a kind of semi-automated integration process in order to make meaning out of something that is just lights in intensities and colors. And also the sounds, how I perceive them, how the different frequency nerves are being stimulated, the nerves that correspond to different frequencies are stimulated, how that is interpreted. There's a lot of decoding going on, and I'm talking about that already, the whole decoding process, how once you perceive it, it already has an inherent feeling and meaning to it. If you look at it, if you see it, if you hear it, you feel, if you tune into it, you can feel that. You can feel the soul in what you see, and that soul is that part of rudimentary sentient sapiens, of what has come in from some stimuli somewhere, because Yeah, we say, oh, the visual stimuli. Yes, we know how it feels. But what does it exactly mean? It only means that somehow, somewhere, an optical nerve was tickled enough to generate some electromagnetic fields. Enough for it to be registered. Nothing else. And the rest is just automated data processing and data integration and reinterpretation, so you get an interpretation, an already interpreted example of what you see. And that's already rudimentary consciousness, rudimentary primitive sentience. What you see is already consciousness that you are consuming. You're feeling that consciousness. If you really want to, you can feel it. And this is the whole meaning with what I mean, the feeling of feeling one with your surroundings. Because your surroundings are just simulated virtual representations of what you think is the outside world. And they are already sentient in themselves. So whatever I see, closed-eyed or open-eyed, whatever I see is already pure awareness because of how the sensory stimuli are integrated into themselves in my visual cortex and the related fields, as I described it previously. But now I can go a bit more into the nitty-gritty, that it is actually those kinds of feedback loops automated already, and then we can even willingly do it by imagining things. What if you loop the imagination into itself somehow, subconsciously and unconsciously even? Mind blown. You see the fractals, the patterns, the fractals, the hyperspace, and you're sucked in. I made it like it felt like me, like I was really nearly sucked into something else, because at that time I vividly imagined being sucked into some other dimension. I have never been into the hyperspace myself directly, as in, no, but better to say I've experienced it as an overlay, and that it has shown me that overlay and me feeling that overlay over everything. As this visual connectedness with whatever I see, knowing that it has feelings and it feels me. I love it and we love each other. This is what you would call a kind of nirvana, coming to God, the blissful moment, when you feel connected to everything. It's already there. You just didn't realize where to look and how to look. At times we accidentally do it when we over-concentrate on something. Then we look at something, we imagine ourselves as something like that, then it feels like we are that, but then we snap out of it. At times we just see the sparkles reflected in a lake, sunlight, and we are so captivated by sparkles, those sparkles, those sparkles. I remember, but also looking at the light and the leaves, all the sunsets. And then to take care of my retina, my eyes, but also of all of this. Because we are worth it. Being connected. And when you do that in the community setting, you feel the connectedness to each other, and in some ways, yes, you are, because you are in more, but in different ways than you think you are. You think you're connected like, oh, we flow into each other. Yes and no. It's so stupidly different. That's fucking funny. It's mind-bendingly fucking funny how different it actually is. I know how it feels to be connected with my visual field, with what I see. I'm experiencing it, well, in various different degrees right now. Once you've tasted that so fully, it's so difficult not to never say, yeah, I've truly tasted of that. I know why it's so addictive. I know why we want to stay here. And yes, we can, in some way. Because we always have to remember all the lovely, tasteful photons for our retina, for the receptors. They trickle down and are presented to us by part of us. Our visual fields, our visual cortexes, and all the areas connected to them. And our ears connected to the I cannot come to the word for the cochlea? I don't know. I really don't know. But the thing is, even there, everywhere where there's a sense, there's a connection to something that has rudimentary sentience and that is deeply connected to not just you there. It's cross-connected. It's cross-connected deep inside. We. That's why I say we. That's what I mean with we. All of the collective. Together. We. And not you as you and I as us and yous, because you are also each and every viewer is an us. Say us, we. Enjoy your we. And be a community of yous together in one package. Enjoy the whole package. That's how we were evolved to be. and to interact together like that. Know what you are, know who you are, and individuate. Stop pretending you are just another drone in another mindless zombie community, because everyone who tells you it's just all connected and it never ever stops, we just do stop. Your grandma did die of terrible bladder cancer. Yeah, I'm talking about mine. But yeah, my grandma. My mother died of terrible lung cancer. My dad is, well, he's still doing quite reasonable, but he doesn't have many years yet. And there's a lot of suffering still, even for him. I am suffering right now. Or better to say, I am in pain. But it depends on what you mean with suffering. I mean, there's always a bit of inherent suffering in existence. Something where you want to go away from, and something where you want to go to. If you define, oh, well, I have wants, I want to go somewhere, I want to do something, versus I want to stay away from something, from the pain, from the nastiness, from the bad feelings, the nausea. Well, everyone wants to escape the nausea. I've never ever heard anyone tell me, oh, I love nausea, I love being nauseous. Oh. No, I've never. Oh, yeah. For instance, people who say, oh, I love being burned alive. I love having a limb freezing, falling off while it's frozen. Yeah. I mean, certain pain, some slapping. Oh, I can. Oh, yeah, this is kinky. Yeah, I love that. But even there, I mean, if people they make some dumb stuff. Well. Oh. They do some stupid mistakes and then they die. People do die. Oh no, that doesn't happen. Oh, things never end. Bullshit. Of course things end. I don't know whether everything will go on forever without me or not. I don't even care, because I won't be there. As far as I know. But you don't know whether you... Well, yeah, I don't know. If I close my eyes, I think I will open them again. But again, like I asked previously, what if I don't? What then? What if it's really lights out? Everything over. What if my heads get chopped off right here, right now? What if I boom blow my brains out? That would be the end of me. As you know it, as I know it. Oh, but it wouldn't be the end of the true you. What is the true me? Oh, this body? Just another amalgamation of a collection of materials doing certain processes in certain ways. In the end, it will just do whatever dead bodies do, rot away, become nourishment for other organisms. And if they can't survive on that, they will decay and become nourishment for other organisms. And if that isn't good enough for any organism, then, well, no life. Oh, that couldn't be. I'm just talking about what we know that are factualities. That's what I expect to happen to my body. What about your mind? I think that's completely shut off forever. What about pure awareness? I don't have pure awareness while I'm sleeping. But it's to say this. One thing. I don't know how deep it was, but it was the one where I eventually discovered, oh yeah, it's all about perceiving sensations. Where I said, I observe. Yeah, observing, that's it. Yeah. If I would say a bit sweet to my child. He didn't know. Well, we did know, but getting it all encoded into consciousness and expanding your mind over time. If you, no, not this one, but I go to whole mass. Let's see. Yeah. Who whisked whole mass? Yeah, you can say whatever you think about this, but he has a really great way of analyzing things, and I love it. Popular levels of thinking. I would say do that one. This he eventually goes into the. I do this because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this, and it just keeps on going back and. I don't understand why he doesn't understand that it eventually becomes a feedback loop already. Oh, but then I expand my consciousness and I look back into the past. Yes, that's how becoming more knowledgeable and becoming wiser and becoming more intellectual is. It's just a different way of phrasing it like that. Becoming much more intellectual and becoming more capable of understanding more. It's learning how to learn. That's, technically speaking, it's the automation of learning how to learn and how to apply that, which is the levels of thinking. It's, You think, oh yeah, I can can we actually really control star empires? I don't think so. Territories and conflicts and disputes will always be part of human nature. We are too ape for that. Oh, but we are enlightened. And what if someone is enlightened but in a different way than you? How do you deal with them when they have different paradigms and they contradict some of your dearly old paradigms? What then? Oh, then we go 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. You have a kind of repeat in that. How do you get to actual real deep truth? Even there you can't. Even there you will have to accept. Yeah, physically we might not be able to locate to that sector there where they believe that, but actually now that I've heard what they're saying, actually it lines up with what I'm actually really feeling and how. Oh, but I just wish I wouldn't be here. But then you first think, actually, I don't. It is not that I have to think like these are them, and you eventually start to believe, maybe if we are actual von Neumann machines, Turing complete, then if we are at least Turing complete, we should be able to simulate anything, including ourselves and other versions of ourselves. Which means we could reconstruct someone else coming to a different kind of view with precisely. Then you see that there are certain values that will be universal anyhow, like we perceive sensations. Someone from 10,000 years ago will still see something that only they will say, oh, they only will, but they mean, look, I see that, but they just point, because they are even for tribal standards really dumb. Maybe IQ 60, maybe 50. They are dum-dums, but even that. I mean, if you can understand, which means, look, I see something, look at that, look, look. Isn't it actually the same? Look. Isn't that actually the same concept? Only worded differently? The same meaning, worded differently? Are we actually level 9ing now? Oh. If we can say, oh, look at that, they might think, and it's the same, actually, technically speaking, the same kind of concept as, look. And what are we talking even about? Why are we having these conflicts? Precisely. So why are we having conflicts? Because of difference of interests. Hey, one of the things is, maybe you like eating fish, and someone else wants to eat bears, or maybe the plants that the bears are eating, but because they want the plants, they start shooting down those bears that eat those plants that they are solely dependent on for nutrition. So the habitat gets destroyed by damn humans, and those humans actually also hunt them to get rid of these parasitic these pests, these bear pests. See what I'm saying there? There I relate, I don't know whether it's symbiotic or not, but where I relate to trees or some vegetation, certain plant species that are being eaten by a certain kind of animal, and then some of us choosing to eat those plant species and to hunt the animal because it is too much, because it is competition to us. So it is a pest. The bears are pests. We must get rid of all the bears because they are eating all the delicious bushes, all of those nice bushy bushes, the bushy bush. I know it's corny, it's cringe, but I like it like that. Look, the bushy bush. We want to eat the bushy bush, not the bears. Go away, you bush munching, nasty bears. But it's how we conceptualize competition then, our food competition. I would say, if you would have gorillas and humans inhabiting the same area, normally that's actually doable. Most humans don't bother gorillas. But the thing is that gorillas do eat plants. Occasionally they also eat some small animals if they have the capability of doing so. If they can eat some nice monkey meat or some nice squirrel meat, they will. Trust me, they will. There are even cows who eat birds even. If they can do it, it depends. It's not always like that, but often a lot of animals where you think, oh yeah, those are just herbivores, may snack some more animal produce than you might think. Sometimes a live animal. Oh, it couldn't be. Oh my. No. Nature's harsh, nature's nasty, but nature may deceive, but nature is actually true to itself. You will have to admit that. Nature is as nature is. Each thing is itself. Tigers eat gazelles and antelopes if they can. Yeah. But gorillas do eat plants. Oh. And they are kind of really territorial. They do want to have a territory, and the males are really dominant. They want to subject anyone else, including even other males, to their gaze. And if you do not submit fast enough, they become really dominant in their behavior. They go like this. They just. If you don't submit then, you're in for a hell of a ride, because they will pound on you, they will smack you around until you learn to submit. Or you're dead. Wounded, dead, whatever. They don't care. They have a temper tantrum. Because you didn't submit. Once the alpha male is done, everyone else can calm down. The alpha male has asserted dominance. Most humans there, most gorillas are in the tropical forests of Africa, and there they have each male has a certain amount of females that they have under control or something like that. I don't know how that actually works, but they have really small familial communities, and the males are really territorial. If they see you and you do something they don't like, you're going to get it. You are getting physically smacked and attacked until you submit or you overpower them. That's how it goes. For us humans, that means, we have to submit and avert our gaze, because don't gaze. More, it's something that we still have. Even even bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, but also as humans, as we are great apes, we normally don't like to be looked at directly for too long. We see it as a bit of a too dominant gesture. I think it should become a gesture of genuine genuinity. Looking someone in the eyes, just staring like that, and averting whenever you want to. But make it more intense, longer, intentional, and feel it. So to say. I feel it. Yeah, feel it actually. Don't mind looking away. You could practice in the mirror. You could even try to practice in the mirror looking. That is what you can do when you, for instance, if you would take, for instance, two pens like this, apart, and you do a bit of a trick, you can make two of them. You can. It depends on what you do. If you do the way like you're cross-eyed, you can first you see 4 pens, then you can overlap 2 of them in the middle, and that's one way you can do it. But so you can make 1 pen out of you make 3 pens out of 4, like that, cross-eyed. Or if you have small enough, it has to be. The distance has to be physically smaller than than the pens themselves, but you can veer off in the distance and then overlap both pens while you still see. So you see 4 and then you overlap those in the middle into 1. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as it feels like it's 1 pen. Okay, you think, okay, that's a nice magic trick. You can even take it with real pens like that, and well, it works better when I do it like this. They have to be. If you do it, if you get them as identical as possible as you can, then do it the right way in front of you, and you relax your eyes. You see 4 pens. You let those in the middle overlap, and you see 3 pens with one of them feeling differently in space. You can wiggle around with the pens, and it has a weird feeling of depth to it. It's really weird. You can play around with that. I'm going to talk about the whole mirrormancy and the whole using mirrors and looking yourself in the eye. A lot of people, oh, don't do that too long or else you will get possessed. Yeah, by yourself. You will be confronted with your visual field being reflected into itself somehow, and you looking in your own eyes, and if you look long enough, things start to just gradually disappear, become weird, have certain weird patterns, and just feels really weird when you look in the mirror, especially in the dark mirror, and you look at mostly your own eyes. But even you can use a screen even. That's the thing. I could go, for instance, in camera mode here. Even better if it's the bigger the better. Better to say the broader the better. Because then you can look yourself in the eye. You have to go for selfie mode, but do it like this. You have to do it like this. See? You can do this in the mirror as well, but you can do it with Yeah, you can also do it like this. Then you stare into your own eyes. The distance between those eyes there will be, you relax and you first if you look like this, the shorter you, if you hold it a bit like this and you really can look into your own eyes, you have to be able to look into your own eyes like this a bit. But you have to look into your own eyes, and then you can, for instance, try to go look outside and then swoop right in front, and then you see two faces with four eyes, and then if you overlap it in the right way, you can let the inner eyes overlap and become one. That's what you want. You can also do it cross-eyed. Yeah, that actually still works. Even if you're not doing anything, even if you're just sober, whatever, it should give you some really weird sensations after some time. Okay, that really that felt a bit weird, but it's also a bit different because of some personal injuries. No. You can try to let some overlap as well like this, and concentrate on the combined eye in the middle and keep it combined somehow, and whether you are on something or not, you will have a unique experience if you do it like that. You can even just look at your eyes like that and just keep watching. It all works. You could call that scrying. You could. I just think it's just a kind of clever and neat way in order to be able to make your visual sentience loop into itself in a certain kind of way, where you have so much feedback, so much direct feedback, where you just say, okay, I'm starting to see some weird patterns happening. What is this? That's feedback. Do whatever you want with that. How you feedback that into yourself. That's one way to, scrying is actually just tuning the feedback for yourself, your visual feedback. As far as I see. Guided meditation like that, visual self, yourself, whatever. Meditation is actually just concentration on something, on a certain perception of sensations, whether it be visual, but you have to think about this one thought, or mindful. What does mindful mean even? They never really explain. No, it just means mindfulness is about being in the here and now. How do you know that you are here and right now? How do you feel that? How do you feel your feelings? Yes. How do you feel your emotions? How do you feel whatever you see, whatever you hear? It's the art of actually trying to dial up whatever comes in as much as possible somehow, as far as I see it. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, I should. Yeah, that's whole mass. Okay, yeah, still a good channel, but it's. Oh, there's another channel which is really great in. No, not Dr. Harmony. She is good in some ways, but it's. There's also surviving narcissism, but I wouldn't recommend them to you. Because what they're talking about is not people who have who are on the narcissism spectrum, but who have actual narcissistic personality disorder (NPD), the actual real narcs, which are just a small subset of humanity. Most other people are just people who have narcissistic traits, want your attention, but are not as desperate and as successful in garnering that, or are satisfied with less copious amounts of attention. They need less attention to regulate themselves. But they do still get dysregulated when they are, well, dismissed, or treated badly, or treated like shit. Yeah, I want some attention. You don't deserve attention. Fuck you. Well, we don't give a fuck. Or you get treated badly for getting attention. There's someone who's really great in describing the whole narcissism spectrum. Not narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think this is the one now. Happiness is an illusion because no, this one is not. No. This is someone else. I mean, I would tell anyone to stay away from people with actual narcissistic personality disorder, with the real downright bad one, where they crave so much attention that they subside on extracting it from you somehow. But that's a difference from having some being what you would call on the narcissism spectrum itself, because there are people who are barely ever narcissistic who... Oh, he's looking at me. 10 years later, I'm feeling a bit down. Oh, what a joyous laugh. 10 years later, I'm feeling a bit down again. You know what I mean. I mean those who are actually really self-sufficient and really rely on themselves, versus there's a spectrum between being totally self-reliant versus being totally addicted to other people and their feedback. And needing other people's feedback in order to feedback to yourself, instead of short-cutting it and directly feedbacking to yourself. There still needs to be this puppet. Oh, you're a good guy. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. Oh yeah. So good. Oh yeah, you're so good. Good guy. No, just the same thing. Okay. Hey, you're doing something bad. Oh, you're evil. That's a bit over-exaggerated. Yeah, actually, it is how narcissistic the people with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder work. And it feels like most people who have a modicum amount of narcissism think they are, because they also crave attention of other people and validation. But it's not on those deep levels. Those exceptionally deep levels. Nope. And maybe at times a bit well. But yeah, I'm trying to find the one, but trying to find the one. Richard Grannon is also really great, I would say. Richard Grannon. Still. Our world is run by psychopathic narcissists. Totally agree. Don't even have to watch. Rebuild Heals 5. Is it NPD, BPD, or just an a-hole? Here's the truth. It doesn't matter. You have got to go away. Don't know whether I've seen this one or not, but that's my. If you ever ask yourself that question, I think it's time to just quit that person.
I never think, ooh, this person could be a narcissist, or ooh, this person could be a psychopath. And I don't think it's a good way of sorting people in life. It's a very unique type of abuse. It's a very strange and unique personality, and the recovery process is difficult.
I agree.
It's dramatically different than somebody who behaves in a narcissistic or psychopathic way. Somebody who is basically a bit of an a-hole. They're selfish, they're vain, they don't care about other people. That's bad. And absolutely
You should cut them out.
Absolutely you should stay away from people like that. But sitting and analysing, you can do, what am I, that is still a manifestation of an obsession with that person as an individual, which is what they want. I never think, ooh, this person could be a narcissist, or ooh, this person could be a psychopath. And I don't think it's...
Yep. If you have to think about it, it's time to just skedaddle out of there. You better think about how you skedaddle out of there. If you can. I've been in similar situations, and it doesn't matter whether you're dealing with a psychopath, a sociopath, a narcissist, an a-hole, or it's a combination. You've got to figure out what they do. How can you deal with it? Can you stop it? If you can't, how can you otherwise deal with it? On one hand, I don't agree, but I do agree. At times, moving can be incredibly liberating, life-changingly good. I will say that. Yes. If you think you really need to move and there's no other way, just move. For your own sanity. You don't want to be another statistic either way, whether it's you surviving or not. Oh, that one is really dark, isn't it? Yeah, I really love dark, but also cringy dark humor. But yeah, somehow someone has to. It's just untenable. It's just like the Pauli exclusion principle. If you have two precisely the same particles, which have an intrinsic quantum property of spin 1/2 and up, and they're precisely identical, you cannot place one over the other. It's mathematically impossible. You can, however, put one there with a negative spin of its own. That's possible. And then they can become one thing together. I would say that's a bit of a Bose-Einstein condensate that you can get there if you have fermionic unification into bosons. But that's Cooper pairs, but that's actual deeper quantum mechanics. I used to understand how that actually really worked. Yeah, I know it has to do with whatever happens with regards to helium, etc. Because that's also a kind of, well, it's made out of fermions, and it sure does show that it's actually fermionic. It's deeply fermionic nature. It does have a lot of bosonic nature to it as well, like having like being super fluid. But yeah, again, coming back to this topic here, you and that person cannot exist at the same time at the same place. Someone has to go somewhere else, on-off state, but it's best to just move and hope they become and hope they don't become a pain in someone else's life. Unless you are willing to accept this responsibility of that. And you know precisely what I mean. But yeah, that's why I say Richard Brannon is also... No, not this one. I do want to... This one is also really great. Therapy, yes. Yeah, you have to regulate yourself somehow, yes. Feeling safe. You have to know that you can feel safe somewhere. The thing is, you have to get it so far that you have to be safe anywhere where you can be. Oh, I'm thinking about ego. No, the self-dissociation. Ego self. Let's.
Because dissociation is when we become so overwhelmed, our nervous system becomes so emotionally triggered that we remove ourselves from the environment, so it can feel like we're watching everything play out like a movie, or we remove ourselves, like our focus or our consciousness from ourself, so it's like I'm like almost watching myself do things, like through third person, almost like it can feel very bizarre, we can feel very spaced out. Because dissociate.
That's what happens when you're traumatized somehow, when you're overwhelmed by your sensations. What if you can learn to become comfortable and even feel safe, even while having all kinds of sensations? Oh, I'm actually having mad, not stomach pain, but intestinal pain. not that bad, but I do have aches. I feel my body. So it is what I would say a dissociative load. It feels like I'm not really. It wants me to just connect. You know, the whole grey and dull feelings that you get when you're just totally tired and everything just feels so grey. That's dissociation. Because when you're not connected deeply enough with your visual consciousness. That's what dissociation is. You get compartmentalized. Of better to say, us becomes compartmentalized, disconnected from each other, dissociated. Not associated, because it's the reverse of association. You don't drink together, but you drive apart. And you loosen the connection. They're still there, but they're much more frail, much more diminished, diminutive. You don't feel that vigorous. You feel tired, lethargic. That's part of dissociation. I would even say dissociation is what makes up depression even. If you for prolonged time prolonged dissociation is, I think that's depression. A key sign of dissociative identity disorder. Well, I think I might be I'm still struggling with that, but yeah. So I know how to concentrate. I know how this dissociation feels. I think everyone knows that to some extent. When you're too tired, everything is just you just I don't want to feel this anymore. I'm feeling nothing anymore. And you're just empty. That's dissociation. That's how dissociation feels. You feel like a lifeless husk. You feel unable to connect to other people. Welcome to my life. Normally, previously, and still at times. Yeah.
I'm a dissociated parent. What's that mean? It means that I'm physically present and mentally gone. My nervous system is in a freeze state because I'm so overwhelmed.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Everything is going topsy-turvy. Oh shit, I need to puke. I hate puking.
Wow. But I don't engage with it. I actually look calm and at ease. Right, but you don't really engage with me.
Precisely.
Exactly. I can't connect. I'm in a survival state.
You can't connect because indeed you're in a survival state. You look at someone and you don't feel anything. You look at anything and yeah, you see colors, you see things, but it doesn't feel connected. You don't have the vibrant connection to everything. Well, of course. A lot of people don't really. Well, they see the colors and they feel the colors even. I would say yes, I also feel the colors. I would say that I'm particularly fond of red street lights, especially of those of traffic lights. Oh, that red at times. Oh, so so above 100% it feels. So beautiful to behold. A deep maddening beauty. But a beauty indeed. Alluring, like a visual siren, like, oh, please blind me, oh, please don't make me, I'd rather be blindfolded and listen to the sirens. Oh yeah, nice sirens. Okay, I'm feeling it, but I think it sounds great. I understand, I really feel it, but I don't vibe it. Not my personal vibe. It's too sunny, too lofty, Could we please have some bittersweet undertones, please? Oh yeah, hallelujah. No, please, some bittersweet undertones. Hallelujah. But yeah, dissociation is exactly not that.
I've been dissociated most of my life due to trauma and chronic stress, and so now this is how I feel. I wish you cared about me. The thing is, I do care about you. I love you a lot, and I'm just stuck in a free state in my body. I lose chunks of time, and I often forget things. I really wish I could be more connected. I always wanted to feel more connected to my own parents, but
One thing is touching, one other thing is looking people in the eye, not shying away, having this eye contact. I see a lot of people shying away or being afraid or whatever. I see the micro expressions and I'll say this, I find it annoyingly frustrating because I don't know what to do, because I'm just looking and just reacting, and it's difficult to totally suppress my automatic reactions. Maybe I'm just an insane murder hobo clown. Or maybe I'm just oh, that one went deep there. Didn't it? Good that I'm that dissociated. To not. Do not just get rid of all of humanity like that.
that's how I wanted to cope. I'm a dissociated parent.
Yeah. Just some looking across and into the eyes. I think we should have a bit more staring at each other, at each eyes. Just staring, of course. Blinking is allowed, of course, but just keep on staring in one's eye, like this. Like knowing that I'm staring right in my own soul. Or someone else's soul. I'm looking at your soul. I'm gonna get ya. No. But yeah, it seems like that, but it's just a desperate plea for acknowledgement, nothing else. I think we've lost the art of connecting to each other visually. I think that is much more important today than it was ever. Because we do look at each other. Because there are so many stimuli. And if you say, oh, but I don't really feel dissociated. Are you sure about that? I know that I feel a lot dissociated. So much dissociation going on. I think there are more people who are quite dissociated. I'm still reeling every and each day. I'm so tired as fuck. She stopped parenting, so I got into a situation. This is how my mom was. Chronic stress turned her into a dissociated parent for about 12 years. A kind of walking, talking vegetable. You feel like a talking, walking vegetable. You treat yourself like a walking, talking vegetable that has to perform. You are just a robot. And if the robot doesn't perform, the robot is bad. Don't let the robot become too bad. Yeah. The robot is bad. The robot must do better. The robot must not lie. Robots don't lie. Yeah, traumas. How to treat it? It's right here, right now. Self-dissociation. So now we go to mindfulness, because this will be the thing that will help us. Mindfulness. Oh no! It's not just the. Okay, let's Google this. Fuck. Yes, I know. I live in the Netherlands. We know. Shut up about damn mindfulness. What? Yeah. Mindfulness is a technique where you can learn with it involves noticing what's happening in the present moment without judgment. Mind, body, or surroundings. Whatever you feel, your emotions, whatever sensations, what you see. Especially what you see, for me, right now. Yeah. Just let it be put into itself. Defocus and just watch the patterns unfold in your deepest imagination. And then you see the patterning spreads and it's wider than before. It has this sentient feeling to it, and you're entranced by it. And you feel your visual field even shifting and doing all kinds of wild shit. But it's so mesmerizing and captivating. That's the thing, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm still on an artistic journey. What did I? Yeah, that I wanted to know. What? Oh yeah, laat du cringe. Yeah. I'm still going to keep on doing some more stuff, of course, of course. Don't mind me. I'm just. I need to look at that one as well because Richard Grandin has some really great insights. Because, well, oops, yeah. Crappy Childhood Trap is also good. Yeah, well, actually, before we go, ooh, yes, in watch later. Now we can screw along. Crappy Childhood. Precisely. I recommend this. I would say if you don't have actual narcissistic personality disorder and you just suffer from narcissism on the spectrum, this is it. Heal thyself and connect to others. But don't depend too much on the feedback of others. And if you just don't know and you want to know, you can always ask. And if they, at times it can take some time before you get an answer. Of course, people need to think. If I ask myself, what kind of answer do I have to give to myself in 10 years? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what I would think. The only thing what I would know for sure to say is we perceive sensations. So my answer should be we perceive sensations. Or better to say, mental self-decryption package. We perceive sensations. Each thing is itself. Why question? That's the answer then. But you see the thought pattern? How I improved my answer until I finally found a suitable form where I say, yeah, I actually approve of this one being still part of my personal ideology because it actually encompasses how I perceive reality and how I decode myself. It has a certain specific meaning, and well, I need to go into that. Well, yeah. We perceive sensations. Yeah, well, you should be able to understand what I mean. Sensations is whatever you feel, whatever you see, what you hear. But the perception itself is the seeing, the hearing, the feeling of those emotions. But the sensation itself is the differentiation. Yeah, indeed. That you see is different from what you see. That is the perception of sensation. It's a perception that's looped. That loops the perception and the sensation, but the sensation itself does have certain loops. Think so? I think there's some kind of integral parts that I cannot declutter from each other. I think that the problem is that, yeah, for something to know itself, it must be multiple selves that interact with each other and that are also composite subsets of itself in a similar fashion. So, how do we? Composite. Composite fractal? Alright, we can say it like that. Hopefully this will help. It's cubes made out of cubes, made out of cubes, made out of cubes, and even more cubes. If, for instance, if you split one thing into, if you split a cube into well, better to say, if you have a little cube and you have 8 cubes, you can make a 2x4 rectangle or 1x8 rectangle, but you could never square it correctly. You could never make a square out of that. But you could make a square and then put a square upon that. That's where you get 8 cubes put precisely packed, become another cube. And that's what I would say is a composite cube of 1 comprised out of 8 subcubes, each for every corner of the cube. It's a 2x2, 2x2x2 cube. Should be that, yeah. I would say it's something like this. That video is too long. I just want to have a... Oh yeah. Let's say...
So this is how a speed cube is also 2x2 cube.
This is what I mean. It's a composite, it's a cube made out of smaller cubes. There's only a certain way where you get a cube from other cubes. And you can stack 8 of those cubes similarly and make an even bigger one cube. So you have a 2x2x2 cube made out of 2x2x2 cubes. And then you can take 8 of those cubes and make a 2x2x2 cubes of those. And you can keep increasing more, a bigger cube. The length gets bigger by 1, and the amount of cubes that you need just increases exponentially. So it's times, so you multiply by 2 to the power 3, so that's 2 to the power 3x. And you just keep multiplying 3x. So that's 2 to the power 3. That's 1, 1, 1, 1. That's yeah, a cube like this. There.
Steve, first they make a face. Like that.
You see that? That kind of structure, and then you just keep on repeating that. Well, I think our consciousness is like that. It's nested. It's a hierarchical nesting. Is that nested hierarchies? What? Okay. Oh. No materialized path, whatever. Oh yeah, nested hierarchy is so the descendants of something. So we can say it like this: I'm a human. A human is a kind of great ape. Great apes are things like gorillas, are part of primates. Primates. I think if you say it like this, Homo sapiens sapiens, I think. Human. So Homo sapiens, or modern human, sometimes Homo sapiens sapiens. The thing is, the whole scientific classification goes down from the lowest hierarchy, which is... Now it starts from the highest hierarchy. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I'm even confused by terms myself. So, one thing I will tell you, I want to keep language as simple as possible because it's confusing if you don't have the right terminology. If I say, that's clear as fuck as I look at that. Whatever the fuck is there. But it's mostly really simple, easy to say, look, danger. At times we can say, I could yell aloud, but that's more like a warning sign. But it would be to pay attention, look, so pay attention, something of importance is there. That's what actually means. It's final. Animals understand it, dogs understand it, cats understand it. So it's primal, it has a certain connotation. Look, something is there. Look at that. We might point to something we know what we are talking about, but it's not always clear what we are talking about. So at times we have to say, look at that burning tree that I'm seeing in my mind. Ha ha ha, fooled ya. You couldn't see that coming. No, but yeah, look at the. Can you even see that? What can you even see? Oh, look at that! Something that you can't look at. Ha ha ha! I can see it, but you can't. Look at that! It's an imaginative doorway to infinity in my mind. Ha! You can't see it for yourself. Only I can. But look at the door. Look at what a nice handle it has. But look, it's a signal to look at whatever is pointed at, or in that general, it's a cry for attention and the redirection. If you do it like that, you just say, look. It's how you say it. It's how you inflect it. A lot of meaning is inflected with how you pronounce things, how you vocalize things. If I say, look, it's if I say look, it does have a bit of a different connotation than look, doesn't it? Or maybe, look at the beauty that is laid upon what you see. All that you see is all the beauty that you can see. Which is actually true. It's also most the ugliness that you can see. But yeah, nested hierarchy. We have to be careful about what we mean. Oh yeah. A nested hierarchy is a hierarchical ordering of nested sets. So you have a thing that encompasses something similar, which is enclosed in it. And that has a thing in it which is similar to the outside thing, etc., etc., etc. So whatever is down there below, I mean, like, there is life. I am part of life. What is part of life? Cellular life. We are all cellular life. We are by essence eukaryotic cell colonies. Really complex eukaryote cell colonies. But then we are of the kingdom, so that's one layer of life, of our kind of life, because there's other kind of single-celled life, but we are a certain kind of eukaryotic life. We are multicellular eukaryotes, but we are certain what you would call animalia. Okay, so the camclade is the Diaphoreticus. We are not Jacobea, we are, I don't know whether we are one of those, it doesn't seem like it. What has that? Plants are so, oh, Plants are really different from us, aren't they? Where are we part of? Nope. We are none of those. Blah, 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 blah. Also none of those. Okay, here we have fungi. Ooh. What? Autokaryotes, neokaryotes. Oh, that's a proposed. This is even more obscure claim. It's another classification. Amorphia. Abozoa. Oh. Rear tail whippers. Okay. Flagellate cells. Yeah, that. Spores. Oh yeah, that's actually. So we are kind of walking, talking shrooms. Terence McKenna said you right all after all. But yeah, why didn't some of his predictions work out that well? Yeah, and why didn't he know enough about fractals to really explain why and how they work? At least with regards to the self-similarity, why certain self-similar things happen because of how we define fractals to be, or better to say, the Mandelbrot fractals, etc. But yeah, it's because this and this are connected. Makes sense? Okay, go plant. The kingdom, the holozoa. So, holozoa are not fungi anymore. We have a distant ancestor, but we are not fungi. We are different. Holozoa. Why does it? Whole animal. It excludes fungi and all other organisms. Okay, that's even one level even down below that. But it is all of this. So you know that I'm slowly descending down the evolutionary ladder. Well, we can here, let's go to Phytozoa, then to Hoano. So unicellular, and then we go to Animalia. Animals are multicellular eukaryotic organisms. Here we have animals. Well, we have this. So we are even lower, so we have less we have less amounts of species, less amounts of species with regards to life to think about. Still, a lot of species, but less because it's more specific. Okay. It's Bilateria. We need one of those. It might be one of those. Might be one, if especially if we look here. Chordata. Okay. Oh, that's a eukaryote. Oh, Deuterostomia and then Chordata. Oh. Well, it seems to be extinct. All of this stuff. It all was once, but now it's dead. It has given us remains to look at. No, that's not us. Vertebrata. So we are chordates. We are these kinds of really wiggle worms. We go to vertebrata. Animals with a vertebral column and a cranium or skull. Okay, but before that. Okay, so it is kind of really quickly that we go to the olfactores. It's clade, so it's another subdivision. Okay. There are certain reasons why this is more specific. You can read it for yourself. You can. Okay. Subphyla. It's either one of these, or might be one of those. Not really, but we're going somewhere. Slowly evolving, more specific, less species to sift through. Infraphyla. Infra means within. So infrared is within red, technically speaking. Below or within red. So if you have ultraviolet, ultra means above and infra means below or within. So ultra means above or beyond. Well, depends. Let's take a look. Ultra. Nope. Okay, we stick on Wikipedia because it's a prefix most likely. It's because yeah. Oh, ultra modern. What is ultraviolet? I mean, like ultraviolet is. No, yeah. Okay, ultraviolet radiation. Why is it called ultraviolet? Ultraviolet means beyond violet. Ultra beyond. Ah, so the Latin ultra means actually the ultra means beyond. Now we go to hyper. Well, hypercube, blah blah blah, tesseract, yeah, but hyper, what does this, yeah, what does it even mean? Hypertension, this, in Greek, hyper, at times you have to just go for it directly, dictionary, because again, here we have ancient Greek, hyper is over, above, so it's over, super, sur, oh no, that's hyper, from upo, under, below, okay, hyper. Forms augmented forms of over, above, excessive, intensely, extremely, exceptional, big, giant, huge, giant, beyond. Yeah, used to create forms that are beyond, found beyond the root, beyond hypersonic, beyond the speed of sound, hyperspace, beyond space, text, hyper, text because it, yeah, it's beyond the text. Hypertext. Better to say this precisely here. It's a hyperlink, a beyond link. A blend of hypertext and link, hypertext link. So it's a text where you click on it, it takes you somewhere else because of added programmable internal algorithms. I don't even know how they do that, how they make it. I mean, I know how to program that, but it's not how they program that. It's more like, how do they make those programs that make it possible for the... I mean, if you have this page, for instance, I can click on this and I can go anywhere. I can go back. Making the programs do what they need to do, like they do, like opening a folder like this, clicking. You think this happens automatically? I click it and it does it. Aha. But you're wrong. While it is a really ingrained and automatic feature in all the operating systems that we use. Really use? Including even integrated shit in all kinds of stuff that shouldn't be, but that's hey, if someone wants the Ghost of Christmas commercialism to visit from July on. Maybe you want to drink a Coke with a Pope. Maybe you want to buy Santa some nice glass of sweet Coke and enjoy one for yourself now, don't you? Now, let's not get too distracted, but making programs work really correctly from the ground up on is a fucking hell of a work. A hell of a lot of work. Thing is, even your most basic bitch ass does programming stuff from the 1980s already. Was incredibly complicated. Incredibly complicated in how it worked. Because you see these symbols here. I don't know, but why don't I get an capital? Oh, but how can I differentiate between that? Well, what does this cable even do? Why is this cable? You know what? I'm gonna yank this out. I don't need a cable. Fuck this cable. If you can see, it's totally gone. Think. I press the R. It doesn't do anything. You think, oh, that's logical. Nope. Why do you need this to be attached? How does it see? I shouldn't be doing that. oh. I shouldn't be continuing that. Precisely. But there's a lot to getting one press to equaling something on the screen. Boy oh boy, it has to do with switches. Because look at this. Here is, I'll show it soon. I'll connect it. But look it up yourself. One measly USB. Or is it? Is it even called that? I don't know. Do this. No command. It says error because it doesn't understand. It doesn't matter. But yeah. Oh, this is a good rabbit hole even. Let me take you on the journey. USB A. Ultraviolet. It depends on which language you use. And oh yeah, there are certain terms that, for instance, in programming languages where you have one term referring to different concepts. Get used to it. There are certain other concepts that are actually universally applicable. But we don't use the same notations. Yeah, that's the problem. For instance, off, on, 1 or 0. You see something or not. You hear something or not. You feel something, you don't. 1 or 0. You have 1 or you have nothing. You have 1 container full of a mysterious liquid. It is a liquid of pure consciousness. Oh no, I'm just kidding. It's some 70% alcohol solution to disinfect stuff. Hope you didn't fall for that little trick. No. Oh, it's so freeing. I become warm. This is all consciousness. Yeah. But let's go back. USDA. So. Universal Serial Bus. It's industry standard. USB. Industry standard it is, so it means that this is a bit embarrassing even, because now it takes some time. But actually it means that I have to practice some patience. If I could just... I don't want to unplug. Oh, I have one unplugged. Oh, how sweet though. I have one unplugged. An industry standard, it means that with regards to normal applicable global standards for Earth, our planet, and us humans, or anything that is actually sentient enough and conscious enough to be able to produce these things, there's a certain standard that you have to conform to. Doesn't matter what kind of material you use, but you have to have conductive metal casing, at least at this part here. And then you have, well, I don't know whether you can see that or not, but if I show you it in the right angle, you should be able to see 4 little strips there that go deeper inside. Those are also necessary in certain dimensions, in how big and how deep they are, and where they have to be and where not, because this hole here has to have a certain height, a certain kind of thickness. I just wish I had a good connector for that. Well, let me just. Of course, I don't have it. So it has to have a certain industry standard, which means it has to have a certain standard that is used by manufacturers of these things in order to comply, to be usable actually even. It has to have a certain kind of cabling like that. And then whatever you put here, whether it is a kind of put-through device where you have a kind of socket where you can fit this in, because the socket also has a certain industry standard in order to receive one of these, because they have to be compatible then to be plugged in, because you can plug it in one way or the other. Nope, only one way. It's symmetrical, but you can only plug it in one way. Even if it is bilateral symmetrical like we are. You can try to yourself, try to fuck around with your mouse. The biggest problem that you might have is that you might short out some maybe basic components. Maybe you will fuck up the USB. Not this plug, but the receptacle, the port itself. Ah, yeah, what even is a port? It's a connector. Oh, plug and receptacle. Receptacle. I need to learn to pronounce things better. Okay. Thunderbolt, blah blah blah, USB 4, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, industry standard. So what is an industry technical standard? So established norm or requirements, you can read it yourself. USB implementer form. Was founded 29 years ago? It has slight profit in order, to stay alive. What the? So there's a USB .org/about. A non-profit organization created to promote and maintain USB, a set of specifications and transmission procedures for type of cable connection that has since blah 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 blah. Go read it yourself. I know what it means, but I know what it means, so yeah, industry, you can look it up, you can look at, but the thing is that the Type A, Type A, Type A, Type A. You get more and more implementations, but technically speaking, what was white became black, but I don't understand. What? I don't even understand what USB is. Mini B connector, yes, yes, yes. 1.x. So there's a lot of specifications. There are reasons why it has to be a certain way. But once you have the minimum standard ready, you're a go-go making connectors of these, the plug, is anything, any other plug, acceptables, whatever, as long as it is according to the guidelines, to certain basic standards. But yeah, you can put information through it, through a protocol. It has a certain technical standard. I don't know how it works. I'll be honest about this. This is magic to me, how it works. It has to do with no voltage, full voltage, no voltage, full voltage. It's always, if it's digital, it's always no voltage versus voltage. Whether it be 9 volts, 5 volts, and most likely this is 5 volts. Let's see. USB 1.0. What does it mean actually? Full speed, blah blah blah. That fight and yeah. USB cables are limited in length, as the standard was intended for peripherals on the same tabletop between rooms and buildings. However, a USB port can be connected to a gateway. Oh, it's slower. Strict tree-net, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. So that's the protocol from what it can and cannot do and what it is for, how fast it actually can go, and that things that are much faster. Oh no, much faster. I'm already so many hours on it. But again, I just keep on going about all these. But the thing is that, in a sense, what you've again is accidentally do a dirty little electric hook and hook it to some corner here. But all in all, it's a kind of really difficult way actually of making all of these connections, because actually how can I show you how it works with electricity? Because what you do is you just switch electricity. If you press a button, you close an electric circuit. It's like, yeah, I'll show you. Just like pushing a button. But it's much more difficult here. USB port is really highly advanced technology already. Because in essence, it simulates. Let me say it this way: it's still the thing is that the switch. You have a light switch most likely still, hopefully. Hope you don't just say, "Oh, Siri, lights out," because that would be a really sad life if that's the only thing that you know. But if you have any, even with a phone, if you do this, well, that's how we do button pressing. Pressing a button to close the circuit. I wish I had the simple LED to show it. And I don't mean like oh, I push on the button and the light comes out of the torch, because it could be some programmed wonder works. Hey, I'm going to give myself and the recorder and you some time to stop and think about things. See you later. Bye.